Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries. Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-star BDM. After working with 5-star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to the Black Business Network. This is so important for us. This is an important occasion. My name is Grant McGaugh, and I'm the CEO of 5-Star BDM for Brand Development Masters, and I am the host of the Final Brand Podcast, an award-winning TV series. And I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today we have Dr. Maureen Beverly. She is an accomplished executive physician and nationally recognized leader in patient engagement, cultural competence, and sustainable health equity. She's the founder of Maureen Beverly MD PLLC, where she trains healthcare professionals to bridge cultural gaps, dismantle disparities, and build trust with the most vulnerable patients. Her pioneering programs have reduced costly readmissions, overturned millions in inappropriate denials, and set new benchmarks for compassionate, culturally competent care. And as an author, speaker, and advocate, Dr. Beverly brings real-world insight to every stage she graces, empowering clinicians and executives alike to turn policy into practice. So please welcome Dr. Maureen Beverly to the Black Business Network. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic, fantastic. So good to see you. It is always a pleasure when I have an opportunity to speak with you. And I think it was around this time last year, you had just released your new book. I think it was right there on Juneteenth. We're only a couple of weeks, removed from Juneteenth at all. So it's been about a year that your book has been on the market. We want to know what motivated you to write the book, 9 Simple Solutions to Achieve Health Equity, a guide for healthcare professionals and patients.
Great. Nice to see you again, Grant, and it's an honor to be here on the Black Business Network. And I just want to add, Juneteenth is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mom and Dad. So what really caused me to write this book is that I wanted to share boots on the ground, simple solutions, and to show some of the innovative processes that could move the dial from health disparity to sustainable health equity. And it came as a result of me developing and implementing the first care management program at New York City Health and Hospital at 3 hospitals, Elmhurst, Queens, and Kings County. Elmhurst had a large Asian, Indian, Hispanic, and a growing Russian population, and Queens had a large Black population. Kings County had what I refer to as the merging of the African diaspora. They had a large Caribbean, a large African American population, and the Spanish population, interestingly, wasn't from Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or Mexico. They were from Panama.
Mm-hmm.
And under colonial rule, the British sent the English-speaking Caribbean population, particularly Jamaicans, to Panama to do what? To build the canal. So they look like you and I, and they have English and Spanish names, Ronaldo Austin, Antonio Martin,
Yeah.
And so that's what I call the merging of the African diaspora. And it was just incredible, the experience from all 3 hospitals that led me to what I call boots on the ground, simple solutions to write this book. And it, as a result of speaking to over 1,000 patients. And the patients, unlike most other books on this topic, the patients are included in the solutions.
That's so important. And you struck me, and I've been working with you on this project now for maybe 4+ years, if not more. And I've always been taken back when you talk about cultural competence. It just stayed with me. And in a multicultural environment like the United States, specifically like a place like New York City, where you got like a microcosm of the world is there, I feel that this book is a game changer. And I want to get your opinion. Do you think your book is a game changer in healthcare?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And why do I think so? As I said, because the patients are included in the solution. And what I do when I think it's a game changer in my book, I looked at the perception versus the reality.
Mm-hmm.
And if the perception of you is not your reality, your health is going to go south.
Mm-hmm.
But if the perception is the same as reality, good, bad, happy, or sad, we have an opportunity to collaborate. And the reason I think it's a game changer, because some of the programs that I developed and the innovative processes are still operational to today. The Bridge team and the Sickle Cell Support Group. And you mentioned cultural competence. I just want to speak on that for a quick second. Not a quick second, but, is defined as the ability of providers and organizations to effectively deliver healthcare services that meet social, cultural, and linguistic needs of patients. And the interesting thing, and that's why I think my book is so important, and to understand some unique differences.
Mm-hmm.
There was an Indian patient in the bed, and one of the team, the Bridge team, said, "Oh, where in India are you from?" And he got very upset. "I'm not from India. I'm not from India. I'm Guyanese. I'm Caribbean." So that's when I do presentations now. I said that was an interesting moment, because what I call the lookalike syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
I look like you and we're from the same location. So I said, we have to understand the unique cultural differences. So when I do presentations, and I say, go tell a British person they're Irish and see how far you get. Go tell a Chinese they're Japanese. Go tell Indian, they're Pakistani. Go tell a Jamaican, they're Trinidadian. Go tell a Puerto Rican, they're Mexico. And I said, and listen to me carefully. Most important, go tell a New Yorker, they're from New Jersey.
Yeah.
And that's not going to go over. So particularly when you have the merging of cultures where people look the same and maybe from the same location originally or even within the United States, we have to understand the unique differences. And one of the innovative, simple solutions simple question, just say, where are you from? So that we don't make any cultural mistakes, And because if I'm Indian, I don't have to be from India or Pakistan. I could be from Trinidad.
That's so important to understand that being someone that lived in Miami for like 30 plus years, you'd be so embarrassed by walking up to someone just based on what you would call face knowledge. And you would just think, to your point, if you just size them up, oh, this person, is let's just say European. Well, they could be from anywhere and everywhere. There's so many other ethnicities. So cultural competence, and it always stuck with me when you told me that, is so important. It's something we need to teach. It's something that needs to be adhered to. And in the healthcare system, so important because there's so many other cultural norms or not norms in certain things that if you're not aware of it, can be a life-changing situation. So I'd like for you to share some of those successes, even in your own book. And they're not always, like I said, just cultural, but just understanding individuals. I always remember that story you told me about the child that had sickle cell anemia, and everybody thought she was just being mean, but she had a story behind all that. And you have other stories that make a lot of things that you're doing so successful. Just give us a little tidbit if you don't mind.
Yeah. So you want me to repeat that story because she's embedded in my brain as well.
Yeah.
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 And it's one of those, she was my first stop in my tracks moment that led to Boots on the Ground Simple Solution. And the reason I think that story is so important, because she has sickle cell, and sickle cell is an inherited blood disorder that specifically affects the red blood cells and can cause lifelong disability and reduce life expectancy. So when the blood vessel sickles, it prevents oxygen and blood to flow into the various organs. And you could have pneumonia, you could have kidney disease, strokes, you could have system failure. And the unimaginable pain that patients with sickle cell go through is just, we can't even imagine. And for the fact that who they are, they're so demonized, which is unfair and unjust. And it's just unconscionable. And so when I created the bridge team, and the idea was the bridge team, bridge the gap. Whatever the gap was, the idea was to bridge the gap. So the bridge team was made up of social workers, care case managers, myself. And we had, different specialties to be consultants, like a cardiologist or, different specialty, nephrologist. And so we went in to see her, and everybody said, Dr. B, that's what they call it. You go deal with her. She's so attitudinal, disrespectful, and drug seeking, always in the emergency room. And I'm thinking, what 18-year-old is not attitudinal without a life-threatening condition? Let's give her the benefit of the doubt, So we're about to enter her room, and these things always happen Monday morning, 9 o'clock. So and she was like this, I'm on my phone, So then I said, okay, and the team is whispering. That's what we're talking about. When she got off her phone, I literally remember getting ready to put my foot down and walked inside her room, and she said a powerful statement. If you have a cure for my disease, come in. If you don't, and she keep walking. I said, was I expecting that Monday morning, 9 o'clock? And then I became the child and she became the adult. And why do I say that? She said, did you hear what I said? I'm going to repeat myself one more time. Isn't that what we tell our children when they're not following direction? If you have a cure for my disease, come in. If you don't, keep walking. And I said, I don't have a cure, but let me think about what you said. And I'll come back and see her, because I had really no answers to that. Was I expecting that?
Yeah.
And I went back to see her at 5 o'clock. And the reason why it's important, who she was in the morning was who the system created. Who she was at 5 o'clock when I went to see was the actual human being. Who was very caring, very thoughtful, And I said, tell me about yourself. Tell me about your family. And she was 18 then. And at 16, her mom got off the bus from work, developed chest pain, got taken to a hospital, and died of a heart attack.
Mm.
At 17, her sister, who had sickle cell, had to go to a hospital, had to be admitted to a hospital because she had sickle cell crisis and sepsis, infectious disease across in terms of all over her body, and she died as well. She's now 18, and she lives with her uncle. And from the way she described him, for lack of a better term, he's a food, clothing, and shelter type of guy. He's not a touchy-feely guy, you know. And I said, you know, we hugged each other, literally teared up. And I said, have you ever been referred to for any mental health counseling? No. Have you ever had depression screening? Because she was so attitudinal, no one would care about referring her for these services and need therapy. Mm-hmm. And it was because of her why I went to the emergency room director at that point and said, we have to form a sickle cell support group. And when a patient with sickle cell came in, the care managers in the ED would ask if they want to join the support group. And we ended up with about 13 or 16 patients. And we met on Monday before we provided lunch and before hematology, and we had a therapist on the team. Mm-hmm. And once you heard those stories, you know, it was just humbling. And what I recognized when a patient said, I have a 50% chance when I go to a hospital, someone will be nice to me. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
And just to fast forward now, I don't know if you heard the term now, there's a cool term, sickle cell warriors. So everybody's excited, I'm a sickle cell warrior, but when I get from the adolescent to the adult world. So when you think about it, from my perspective, Grant, so I have a life-threatening condition. I'm potentially midway through my life expectancy, and I have to be a warrior. Mm-hmm. What does it tell you about the health system? If I have cystic fibrosis, I don't have to be a warrior. If I have leukemia, I don't have to be a warrior. So what is it about this disease that the individual with that disease have to be a warrior? What does it tell you about the health system?
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's because of, and to tell you, there's the sickle cell support group, I'm honored to say, is still operational to today. And it's done by Zoom because it started during COVID. So, you know, before COVID, 2019, and it's still operational to today. And the feedback is just really great. And there's a collaborativeness now. The whole negativity is not present anymore in the hospital at Queens. And so I'm very honored about that. And I actually have developed what I call the sickle cell patient experience form, which is I'm working now to see whether Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, we're having a conversation whether or not we could use that tool as the whole idea is to improve the systems improve the behavior of health systems that has to do with how they treat patients with sickle cell when they get to the adult world. So I'll keep you posted. It's a work in progress.
Well, this is important work. You have a very unique care management program. You've shared with me several different stories. I don't forget the bus driver. It's just like you do root cause analysis. You find out what's really going on. You know, you've got your BRICS team now. I want you to, if you could, talk to the audience about, you know, your care management program, how it works. When you engage with a hospital system to change behavior because they may or may not be aware of how they're doing things and how it's limiting the clinical process from taking place. Can you shed some light on that world?
Yes, and I think the purpose of the bridge team is to bridge the gap. And the whole idea is to bring clinical teams, patients, and families together so we could understand each other. And one of the innovative things I think is important for the bridge team, I always ask the question, what is the perception? What is the reality? And the reason I do that is because if there's HCAP scores and institutions ask the system, the patients, what do you think about the care you receive? And would you recommend the hospital for for that service? But you never hear any question, what does the system think about the population they serve? And you could see, depending on how the system thinks of the population, it could affect the HCAP scores. And so I asked the same question. I give an example. I asked the question, why don't patients take their medication? And this was at Kings County with heart failure patients. And average congestive heart failure patients is taking about 5-6 medications 3 times a day. And I asked the clinical team in the emergency room and the inpatient, why don't patients take their medication? The top answer is, well, it's cost. It's Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy. It's cost. They can't afford it, or the side effects, or they don't want to take their medication. They don't care about their health. And when I do presentations, I ask, and those are the typical answers. I said, what if I told you that when I asked the same question to the patients who are actually in the hospital bed, why don't you take your medication? Not one patient mentioned cost. Mm. Not one patient mentioned side effects. From the actual people, human beings who are in the hospital bed, guess what the top only answer was?
I gotta hear this.
We don't take our medications because we think we're taking too many medications.
I understand that.
Yeah,
Wow.
So, but if you're going to design a system, and matter of fact, when they say cost, one of the doctors said, well, if they can't afford the medication, what do you want me to do? Call the social worker. But if you're going to design a system based on the perception and not the reality, it's going to fail. Mm-hmm. Because cost was not the issue. So what did we do to respond to the actual people who are in the hospital bed? We brought in this amazing pharmacist to have a discussion with the clinical team. Can we combine some of the medication? Can we combine the antihypertensive and the diuretic medication into one pill, which is available? Does an 82-year-old person still need to be on a statin? There's a lot of anti-inflammatory medications that patients were taking. Could we eliminate some? And I think when we were able to eliminate some of the medication that patients had to take, it was one of the reasons why at Kings County, the readmission rate went down from 30% to 18.7% in just 2 years. But it wasn't the only reason. The key thing in Kings County that I'm really it was just very emotional and very, very, touching, it was just touching, is the elderly Black population.
Yeah.
And they're not included in the cultural competence conversation. So when I say that, and when I mentioned about the lookalike syndrome, so we went into SIP, and I told my team, always ask the patient where you're from, okay, so that you don't confuse the cultural norms.
Yes.
And so she said, 80-year-old patient, she said, originally from South Carolina. And I'm thinking, from putting on my clinical hat, and I'm thinking, is she visited New York and she got sick? Because the transition of care would be different, or do you live here and you got sick? And before I could raise that question, and again, just like the patient with sickle cell, Monday morning, 9 o'clock again. Yeah,
of course.
And she said, my parents were a step away from slavery and my grandparents were slaves. Wow. Was I expecting that? And I said, tell me about it. And she said, my family picked cotton on a plantation that was not ours. Mm-hmm. And I had to get up at the crack of dawn and pick 300 to 500 pounds of cotton. And then I had to walk 10 miles to a segregated school. And these stories are in my book. And I said to myself, how do you walk 10 miles? I said, currently, we can't go 5 blocks without calling an Uber, and she looked at me and the body language changed. She said, well, if you want an education, you had to. That's what the tone changed. Yeah. What about this? Don't you get stupid? That was the body language. She didn't say that, but that's what
Yeah.
And then I said, did you have to walk back? She said, no, the principal in the horse-drawn carriage took them back. And they had to get back before dark, before the Ku Klux Klan. I said, how old were you? 10 years old.
Wow.
Could you imagine? And this is not a conversation that anybody ever thinks about when you're thinking about the elderly Black population and the atrocities that they endure within a health system. And she continued. She went to Voorhees College. I had to look it up. It's a 2-year black college in South Carolina. And this is now, 60 years later? And guess she was still upset with herself. She said, I didn't get it till my second try. She came to New York, married, and I don't know if you heard of Stuyvesant High School.
I have
It's
not.
the top high school in New York.
Nice.
It outshines private and public schools. Her 2 children were 2 of 5 black children to integrate Stuyvesant High School. And one became an electrical engineer, one became a mechanical engineer. She continued her education, became a dietitian, and she retired. I said, when did you retire? She said, in 2000. I said, do you mind asking me how much you made? Me asking you how much you made? She said, $200 a week, but others made more. Read between the lines. And this is when I realized that this population, the elderly black population, has the worst health outcomes in all disease categories.
Wow.
And that should not be. And this is not my data. It's nationally in articles. It's been proven. And what I understand also, which was key, the role of religion in this population. So when a person said, she was admitted for heart failure, this was a Saturday. Sunday, Monday, she was doing fine. Tuesday, she stopped eating. She stopped following directions, and she was just sad. And everybody said, we have to call psych. Because we have to do depression screening. We said, sure, we have to do that. But I'm thinking, this is Brooklyn. What happened? Did something happen between Tuesday and Wednesday? So then the question in what I think is so important, another part of the innovative process, I went into the room and said, good morning. I said, could you tell me what's important to you? I didn't go with the lecture, and patients and some of the team were saying, well, she needs to she needs to understand the importance of taking her medication to participate in. I did not go there. First, let me find out what's important to you. And you know what she said? This was a Wednesday. The fact that I will not be going to church on Sunday.
Right.
So yes, we have to do depression screening. Absolutely, it's part of the protocol. I said, find out what church she goes to. And let me speak to the minister. I spoke to the minister. The minister came in and prayed with her and told her, sister, if you're not discharged on Sunday, I will come back and pray with you. She was a different woman. She no longer felt guilty about not pleasing God. And so this is something that I learned, that the role of religion is so important. And I say, when I do presentations, and I say, when a Holocaust survivor comes in the hospital, we roll out the red carpet. The chief medical officer, the board of directors, the CEO, the rabbi will go and see that patient. And so they should, because of the horrific circumstances they endure. But when an elderly black person who fled the South because of Ku Klux Klan, lynching, and Jim Crow, how come we don't roll out the red carpet? And it's an opportunity to treat all atrocity survivors the same, and to recognize the role of religion in these two populations were pivotal to their survival. And the other thing that I focused on is the negativity in the medical record. You heard the word non-compliant?
Yeah.
And then there's a nicer word now, non-adherent. There are all these nice words now. Yeah. But you never hear the why question. So we don't know why John Brown didn't take the medication, but we're going to refill the same prescription he didn't take, and don't ask why. And the more you write non-compliance in the medical record, nobody's going to care about you. That patient is going to be under the help bus. And if we have time, just a quick story: the 60-year-old African-American male recently diagnosed with congestive heart failure returns 2 weeks later, heart failure decompensated due to non-compliance. So when that person goes up to the unit, not my team, one of the nurses down the hall said, so he just got diagnosed with a life-threatening condition and don't take his medications. I have other things to do. And my team said, we have to ask why. If you don't ask why, Dr. B is going to bug out, So they asked, why didn't you take the medication? I can't take the water pill. And the water pill is a diuretic that flushes fluid out the body so the heart could pump better. Why can't you take the water pill? And I'm glad you're sitting down. He said, because I drive the number 7 train. So Ken said, the train is delayed because the driver got to find a bathroom, So we said, when is your shift? 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. What do you do when you get home? I do some chores. I make breakfast. I take some of my medication, but if I'm going on my shift, I don't take the water pill. The same cardiologist that was ignoring him, and this is where I truly believe that systems can change, said, okay, take the water pill when you get home. Be aware we may wake you up during the day, but by the time you get to your shift, you'll have less of a reason to urinate. But to the degree that you do, we're going to give you a cubicle so you could use in the private space when the train stops. You know, the patient said, if I knew I had to choose between peeing and breathing, I would have chosen breathing.
Every time, twice on Sunday.
Yeah, and he saved this Black man's life by asking a simple question. So he didn't have to choose between his job, his health, or his life. Because without the why question, he would have been readmitted multiple times. And then now it's a new negative word. They would have called him frequent flyer.
Yeah.
And once you have that label, nobody cares about you. And I just want to share with you, because of that story, Grant, I'm in collaboration with Meharry Medical College.
Yes.
And about negativity in the medical records. And we put together a proposal, and it was sent to IRB, which is Bureau of Research. If you're going to do research in any health system, you have to go through IRB, and it was approved earlier this month.
Oh, good.
To do research on the topic and to see is there any relationship between negativity in the medical records and mortality. So we're going to look at that, and then I've developed a tool which I've copyrighted. So now, if somebody writes non-compliant in the medical records, there will be a drop down that said, "Did you ask why?"
Yeah.
And so we're going to look at, when you ask why, was there a difference in mortality? So we're just having team meetings now, and it was really a pleasure working with Meharry and Dr. Akin, as I call him. And yeah, it was approved, you know. And he said, and when we submitted, he says, "Marvin, do you want to add other language like frequent flyer, drug seeker?"
Yeah.
Because, you know, the patients with sickle cell, they're the least addicted but the most vilified.
Right.
For patients who have sickle, for patients who require pain management. Could you believe it? But they, you know, and so we have to have system change, but we have to understand boots on the ground, simple solutions first, so it doesn't have to escalate to the complex. And I've done presentations all over the place, and IHI, I've done it at Northwell, done Toro Medical College, Meharry, American Hospital Association. And when asked, after hearing a presentation by Dr. Beverly, would it change the way you interact or engage patients? And 90+% always say yes. And this notion that, you know, doctors are stressed out and, you know, they'll see a lot of patients. Well, if you do the simple solutions, you will get the results, chances are, that you need. So you don't have to be stressed out. So when we decrease the readmission from 30% to 18.7, you know, and when I did a presentation, somebody said to the team, "Oh boy, that must have been very difficult. You people must be stressed out. You must have been stressed out." And one of the team members said, "No, we weren't stressed out. We were having fun."
Yeah.
And
having
then
a positive result out of a negative situation is always good.
And we changed it. The team would come in and said, "Oh, Dr. B, can you help us with John Brown?" Because once you see results, it's important. People in health system and clinical teams will buy in, and you have less confrontation from everybody, including the ED to the inpatient. And so I really do think my book is a game changer, because it's not a thought I'm thinking about. I actually have boots on the ground, simple solution that show that it's still operational. The bridge team is still operational in Elmhurst today, and now they've added a pharmacist.
Well, I tell you, you're very animate about this work. You've been passionate about it for a number of different years. You're getting a lot of traction. You've spoken on major stages throughout the U.S., and you've given this. You delivered your presentation over and over again. I want to ask you, if a hospital system, like, they're listening to you right now, like, I hear what she's saying, how can we implement the plan that you have? Do you come in and do more consultation? Do you have a program? What happens at that point?
Yes. So I am now, I'm president and founder of Morvin Beverly, MD, PLLC, Patient Engagement and Cultural Competence Specialist. And what I do, I've developed a training roadmap for patient engagement and cultural competence training roadmap. And so there, in that presentation, there are all the different pieces of the quote puzzle to solve health disparity and how to engage patients.
Mm-hmm.
And so just one of them I'll mention is what I've developed. It's called the SPOT methodology. S, speak to patients and family. P, pacify fears.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody talks about patient fears.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see how someone's fear could lead to non-compliance.
Sure.
And outline what's important to the individual, not what you think should be important. What do you think should be important is important, absolutely. But if you don't hear what that is important to that person, you're not going to get further.
Mm-hmm.
And T, take into consideration the time it takes for someone to accept the disease. Because if I'm going on vacation and I'm planning family vacation and I took a mammogram and it's positive, I may not even know who I am at that point. And the whole idea is to humanize. And one of the things I've spoken to medical students, I was at a conference in New York, and a lot of medical students were there, and they were from all ethnicities, you know, and there were Black, Indians, Asian, Chinese, Hispanics, you know, white. And I said, you know, it's interesting. I said, everybody here is your grandmother alive? Everybody raised their hand. And I said, so tell me, does your grandmother listen to any advice that you give? And everybody said no. It didn't matter who that individual or where the culture was. And I said, so grandma don't listen to it. She said, one of the Asian students said, if I never have the nerve to tell my grandmother what to do, she will not listen. So I said, look at it from that perspective. So when you graduate and now you're doing an internship in a hospital,
mm-hmm.
and recognize two things. If there's an elderly person in that bed, think about your grandmother, how your grandmother, you would want your grandmother to be treated, right? And the second thing I said, when you go into, and this is why important for the training program, when you graduate and you go into a health system and that health system is toxic to a population, particularly a Black population, 6 months later, you're going to be toxic as well, to no fault of your own.
Mm-hmm.
Because when there's round and you're round in which you're attending and you just finished medical school and this is your first time as an intern, and if your attending is, for lack of a better term, not being obnoxious to a patient that's laying in that bed and being very judgmental, this is not a system where you as an intern is going to say, well, Dr. So-and-so, I don't think you should have spoken to the patient that way. That is not going to happen.
Right.
And so what I said is no fault of your own. So be aware there are ways to be compassionate and empathetic and less judgmental. And so that's what I think is important in the training program that I developed.
Great training program. I like, and everything what I'm getting from our conversation today is just the empathy, and then to bake in empathy into the processes so you can get the patient input on, you know, whatever is good. Because your point, I know if I'm in the hospital, yeah, I'm afraid. I'm in a situation, I'm feeling very vulnerable. I'm not sure. I probably got a bunch of unqualified ideas in my head about what's taking place. And if it feels that the patient experience that you're getting from the hospital is very unempathetic, cold and just routine, more or less, and then any little outlier, then you're in this grouping, and to your point, with certain grouping of people that have, whether it's sickle cell or something like that, do you understand that what that person is really going through? It's not just a diagnosis. This is this is painful. It's a tragic situation. And, I think we owe it to ourselves to know the whole person and the whole story. I think you're doing that in such an astounding way that I want to make sure that we get more of your message out there. So if I understand right now, you have a book, you do speaking engagements, you have a training program that you have for facilities. Is there any other service that you're doing that we need to know about?
I think what I want to do now is to move. This is a year, and it's been good, the feedback, and when I do book signings and I do the different organizations and on Amazon, I think what I would like to know is to expand into the next step would be the whole social media interviews, social media processes, which I'm not very good at, and I think the key thing is also to get my messages out to also the public more, to churches, particular Black churches about, the elderly Black population and all the population, to medical schools, and to various organizations, be it public or private. Because I think once we get it out to the public, not just the institutions, but also to the general public, and they could apply, one of the applications that I wanted patients to really do, is if you're in the hospital or you're at a doctor's office and the doctor said, did you take your medication? Or did you follow directions for a procedure? And you say no. Wait a couple of seconds and say, do you want to know why I didn't do it? This is for the public information. And then the next thing you should say as a patient is, please don't write non-compliant in my medical records without asking me why. Right. Because it could affect my health outcome. And these are one of the tools that I want the public. And for patients with sickle cell, there's a statement from Dr. Zemsky. It was a pain specialist in Connecticut. Difficult patients are not just born. Sometimes they're created through the medical system. Not only the system failed to cure, it may have done unpleasant things to make matters worse. In my book, I tell patients, take that statement and put it in your phone. And if you go to the emergency room and you're waiting longer than time to be treated or to even somebody to even, come in and do an intake, and to see what your problem is. And if you are in so much pain that you can't show this statement, have a family member or whoever brought you to the hospital and show them that statement from Dr. Zemsky. And then your response should be, please don't do unpleasant things to make my condition worse. Thank you. Could you imagine that young 21-year-old Black kid, not kids anymore, adults? I still call my kid, my son's kid. They say, Mom, I'm not a kid, I'm an adult. Okay. I understand. And so what I'm saying is, could you imagine a 21-year-old male or female showing that statement to a doctor in the emergency room?
I think that's so important. We've got to conclude here. We're coming to the top of the hour. But make sure, before I leave, how do we contact you? What's your website or email?
Okay, so my email address is mbeverly, BEVERLEY, M like in Mary, D like in David, @gmail.com.
Okay.
And my website is Dr. Beverly, BEVERLEY.com. And there's no dot between DR and Beverly. It's just drbeverly.com. And to get a copy of my book, it's on Amazon, but it's also available on my website of how you could purchase the book. Because I really, as I said, and maybe repetitive, unapologetically repetitive, but it's a game changer because I have the data.
This has been wonderful. We've got to run now.
Okay.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there are 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sit down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, come on down, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own one every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married. I was 19. She was 17. Senior at Washington Merritt High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion,
building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs.
The question is, should they be?
With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent
and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, 2, Black, and 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, 2, the courses, and 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take your, grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental?
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Alexis Sells, and I'm your business moderator this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about businesses. All right. So our keynote speaker for tonight or today is, we have Miss Delphine Sellers. She's retired as a Durham County Cooperative Extension Director in 2016. She then co-founded the nonprofit Urban Community Aeronomics, and you can embark on turning a former plantation, Catawba Trail Farm, building resilience, health, and well-being. All right. Resilience manifested through better health and well-being. Urban Community Aeronomics and Catawba Trail Farm primary purpose is to increase food security, affect better academic outcomes for youth, and provide exposure to career opportunities and options to build stronger communities. Welcome. Hopefully I didn't say your name wrong. How do you pronounce your name correctly?
It's actually Delphine.
Delphine, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
No problem. No problem. So I got some questions for you. This sounds very interesting in regards to the business that you have. And so if you don't mind, if I could ask you a couple questions in regards to that.
Sure. I look forward to it.
Okay. So the Urban Community Aeronomics, that is a unusual name for an organization. Does it have a specific meaning and a message to convey?
Yes, it does. Well, first of all, I live in Durham, so I consider myself living in an urban area or urban county. And agronomics is a play on words. AGRI is agriculture, and we're looking at agricultural economics is basically what it all amounts to. So we have urban community agronomics. Yeah.
Wow. So what, as far as the name, how did you come up with the name for your business?
Well, I came up with the name primarily because of my location, first of all. And then the second one coming from Cooperative Extension, which deals with agricultural, farming, food, and all of those things. I decided that we needed to do something that focuses on, number one, getting people fed, which is reducing food insecurity. And number two, giving individuals an opportunity to earn a living in the field of agriculture. As you know, our farmers are aging out, and we need to make sure we grow our next crop of farmers, especially Black farmers.
Definitely. I noticed it is a shortage of farmers, especially Black farmers nationwide, and they're not getting the recognition that that every other farmers are getting. With food insecurities, is that something that's a big deal that's going on right now?
Oh, yes, it is. I mean, you'd be surprised at the number of people who really actually go hungry in one of the richest countries in the world. So what we're all about is how can we build resilience through agriculture? That means what can people do for themselves to combat food insecurity? Or I like to take a more positive note. What can people do for themselves to increase their food security? They can learn about growing vegetables for themselves. And that way, you can't take that from them. You might not be able to give to them, but you can't take that skill set from them.
Definitely. I think that's something that a lot of people need to do, especially nowadays with the price of groceries. It's very expensive.
Exactly.
And so how did you get the organization started?
Well, actually, I got it started in 2016 at the time that I was getting ready to retire as the county extension director. And as I often tell people, I decided I was simply too old to sit home. And as the former county community outreach coordinator, I spent a lot of time in the streets of Durham, meaning going places where people asked me not to go. And because I felt safe. And I saw so many disparities. And I decided, what can I do to help with make sure our kids are better educated, be able to connect to their academics to the real world, and at the same time bring families together, keep them closer, put food on the table. What can you do? Hey, start a farm. So serving on a board of the Triangle Land Conservancy, I asked, do you have any land that I could have access to in order to teach people to grow their own vegetables? And they said yes, and I said thank you. And the rest is history, as they tend to say. Yeah.
So with that process being said, now was that hard to get, going to different places and asking people to, see if you can grow vegetables and fruits on their land? Was that a hard process, or was it pretty easy?
No, it was a hard process because you ran into instances where individuals wanted more of a sharecropper kind of situation. That's not what I'm about. Or I contacted people who said yes, or farmers or individuals with land, but they wanted more of a what I want to say, high return on their investment kind of thing. And I'm all about is my return or the investment I see is resilience that you build in the community, the ability of people to do for themselves. So yes, we have to have money, but that's not my primary focus. My primary focus was what can I do to help people to help themselves. So there were quite a number of disappointments until we found the right connection.
That's definitely good. That's resilience right there.
Oh, yes.
And with that being said, with your business, is that something that is nationwide?
No, it's local, but it is a local, but I go places. I go to Rhode Island, I go to Ohio, and tell people about our journey because I think it can be easily replicated. So I do share with people that this is a road that others can take. It takes just a little endurance, focus on your purpose, your mission, and you've got to have the stick to itness, because all days are not going to be your easiest days or your best days. But you got to get up in the morning and say, you know what, it's a new day. I still have my dream, so we're going to move forth with it.
That's definitely motivation. That's definitely good to hear. Definitely coming from you. So yeah, just like you said, at our days, dealing with any type of business, you're gonna have the ups and downs, but it's just knowing that, hey, I see the big picture. And again, every day is not gonna be perfect, but just keep pushing on. That's amazing. That is amazing. So, Mrs. Sellers, what led you to embark on a journey of farming, life rooted in agriculture?
Well, I grew up on a farm.
Okay.
In eastern North Carolina, a town called Little Washington. So I think I got interested in it in the early age, but going into my teen years, I'd be upfront and honest with you, I ran from it. That is not what I wanted to do. However, you can run as hard as you want to, but you tend to come full circle. So again, I found that agriculture is the way. I mean, there are so many food deserts. People having access to nutritious food, not processed foods, and bringing about some of the skills and it builds a sense of value within oneself. So how do you do all of that? Put food on the table, make people feel good about themselves, about their accomplishment. You do it through agriculture. I have a little saying that I often say, and that is, from the earth comes it all, So let's bring up and reconnect with this wonderful earth that offers everything that we need, and let's connect people back to this beautiful land that we have been blessed with.
That is so true. I'm actually myself, I'm a fitness trainer, and I tell people to eat real foods, and there's so much processed foods and stuff that people think that is real. And I was like, if you flip a package over and it has all these different ingredients on it, and it's an apple, that's not an apple.
Exactly. I mean, and that is so true. It really is so true. But to be able to grow food, and what was put on it,
Yes.
How it was grown. That it's not killing all the bees and all the other insects and everything else. Because if it kills them, somewhere along the line, it's going to kill you. So let's keep it natural. Let's go organic as much as we can. Let's do companion planting. Let's use and take advantage of what nature has offered us. And we all live a long time and healthy as well.
Definitely. Great information. What can you tell us is UCAN's purpose, goals, and mission, and how do you address each?
Well, our purpose is to create a community. We want to create a diverse community. At the Catawba Trail Farm and the mission of UCAN, and that's normally what people refer to urban community agronomics as UCAN. And I'm going to throw in here one of our favorite phrases, which is we tend to say, I can, we can, so you can. And you can, our mission is to engage with people, a diverse community of all people. So that's number one, because I tend to say, if you are growing in a vegetable garden, if many of us grew up with it, what do you plant? You don't plant just one item. You plant a diversity of items, because each one of them can grow from each other and become better places. So that's one of the things. That's our mission. Our purpose is to combat food insecurity, to see if we cannot connect, as stated, connect the academics that our children are learning. Can we connect it to real life experiences? I'm more apt to remember what 1/8 of an inch is if I'm planting a seed than I am to remember what it amounts to if you just show it to me on a ruler. Am I correct? Okay. And then and our purpose is what? To make sure that people are able to live healthier lives, to increase by increasing their nutritious intake. We create, they have better well-being. To giving them access to open green spaces, it creates a healthier, happier person. To give them places to walk where they can feel like they are welcome regardless of who they are, and to engage with nature tends to release some of those traumas that people experience. So that's the purpose. It's a humongous purpose, but it's quite frankly, it's really a simple purpose if you really look at it and think about it. Because at the end of the day, we're all here, we're all humans, and we all deserve the best that we can that this land has to offer. Yes.
Definitely. And speaking to, I know you kind of addressed it earlier, but in the Black community with food deserts, how big of an issue is that nationwide in the United States of America as far as food deserts in the Black community?
It's a big issue. And food deserts, I mean, you know, you have your McDonald's, but you don't have a grocery store. You know, that's a food desert. You live in an apartment, you have very little space, so you don't have room to grow some vegetables so that you can eat. So we teach people even that. I mean, food deserts, you have I call it a convenience store. What's in the convenience store? It's full of processed food. If they do by chance have a few bananas or other fruits, they're so overpriced, you can't afford to purchase them. A food desert is when I got to drive 5 to 10 miles just to get to a grocery store or a place where I may be able to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables. That is a food desert.
Definitely. I can relate to that. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, where I'm from, there was a grocery store that got shut down because of theft and robbery. And plus, just like you said, the cost of the healthy foods is more expensive than just the easy processed stuff. But because of the high theft, they shut the grocery store down and there was no grocery stores for miles. Now there's a smaller Black-owned Oasis supermarket. But the issue is we have a grocery store now, but it's so overpriced that people are like, you know what, let me drive out the way to Walmart and get this versus going to the Black community. Can you see how that's I guess could be an issue in the Black community? Is there any way in regards to that I guess with you staying growing your own stuff could resolve?
Yeah, it resolves it. And then for us, we are a nonprofit, which is unusual. We're a nonprofit farm. So therefore we we are able to keep all of our prices at a minimum. You know, you have to live. Now, granted, you have to pay the light bill, the utility bills, but we can keep our prices at a minimum so that people can afford them. For example, we just harvested bottled honey this morning because we have bees on the farm. And one individual came by and said, "Oh, this usually costs $25. You're all selling it for $15." Yes, we are, because we want to maintain accessibility. You can grow, but if people cannot access it because it is priced out of their range, who have you helped? You have not helped them. But then again, to be able to work with individuals and say, you know, you may not be able to grow enough in your backyard or in between your flowers or on your windowsill or on your patio, enough to fill up your freezer, but you can supplement your income. Do you know how many tomatoes you can actually pick by just putting a tomato plant in a big flower pot instead of a flower? Pick those tomatoes. They're better for you. They'll last longer. So you can have some, but you know, those are the tips that we look at. Everybody don't have access to it, but we want to show you how you can grow at least a small amount, and it can make a big difference in your health and wellness, and encourage your kids to get outside even more and breathe in some of this fresh air. And again, that affects our health and well-being.
That is so true. That is so true. Kind of piggyback what you said. There's so many kids nowadays. They're all on their laptops and tablets and phones. They don't get outside anymore like we used to do when I was a kid and use your imagination. They're like, what is that? So definitely understandable for overall well-being. Yeah. So with that being said, has either your purpose, goals, or missions changed since the organization started 9 years ago in 2016?
It has. You'll be amazed. I tend to say, if you don't mind my saying, the direction that the Almighty tends to direct us in. At the beginning, all that I was interested in really was creating a community garden. Okay. But I've got to tell you, the land that we got access to, I did not know it at the time, but it actually turns out to be an old plantation.
Really?
Oh, yes. It was probably the first plantation in this part of North Carolina, at least Durham, what is now Durham County. It was called the Snow Hill Plantation. So when we got access to this land, it had old buildings on it. It had not been touched in over 70 years. So our mission evolved. So what did that mean? That means we got involved of repurposing an old corn crib, you know, where they used to store corn back in the day. So now we're talking about these old buildings and what they used to be used for and how can we repurpose them. For example, our old corn crib is now an intergenerational house. So what's an intergenerational house? It's a place, a storytelling building. It's a place where kids can do have projects in the little 3-season rooms. There are 2 of them. Come out on a deck that we've affixed to this old corn crib. Set beside me, I'd be sitting on the deck in a rocking chair, say for example, and beside me is a bushel of beans, and you are going to share what you've done. But then I'm going to pass everybody a pan, and what we're going to do, we're going to shell beans, and we're going to talk, and we're going to learn to value each other. So that's a bigger growth. We've evolved into not just a community garden. Now we have a youth garden.
Okay.
This is strictly for youth.
Okay.
They decide what to do. This is our youth leadership. So they decide what to plant. What can we do with it? How do you set prices for it at our farmers market? A farmers market. We not consider having an on-site farmers market. Now we do. We have bees. We had not considered chicken. One of our board members to begin with was an 11th grader who went to Northern High School, a young Black male. He said, Miss Sellers or Miss Delphine, why don't we raise chickens? All right, Quentin, you take over and we're going to have chickens. We have chickens now. I mean, so the vision grew because we engaged with people who saw our vision and they saw that we welcome them adding to or embellishing that vision. So it grows when you let people in, when you say, I want you to be vested in this. I want you to be a part of this. So we have grown a whole lot. I mean, we've even recently found an enslaved grave site on this property. So that now is another part of the vision that we had not even considered. So how do we memorialize and honor this enslaved grave site? We're on 176 acres of land. So what has happened now with this vision? We have walking trails. Why? Because I grew up like you grew up, walking through the woods, feeling safe, listening to the birds, and with the weather out there today, it's 10 to 15 degrees cooler in the woods. So people now can walk a trail and feel safe. That all contribute to overall well-being. So yes, we have the mission has definitely changed. It has grown and enlarged. So I'm pleased to say we're more than just a community garden. We offer a whole lot more to this community and to our children, our families, and our adults.
And that is really good. I like the fact that you're getting the kids involved at a young age and you let them decide. And again, they actually do the process because that's where it all begins. So when they get older and have kids, it can be passed down to their kids as well. So that is definitely amazing. And I love how the organic growth of it, because again, everybody has a different vision, but their vision is similar to yours and they want to help tie along and help grow that vision. And so it's just amazing. I wish you guys were here in Oklahoma because I would definitely tag along. That is awesome. That is amazing. So keep it up. Keep it up. Quick question. I know you kind of talked about it earlier. How did you get access to land, or how did you go about that process again to get access to different lands?
Well, actually, I served as a county extension director. I have to serve on a number of boards and committees and all of those. And I happened to serve on one committee, on one board. It was the Triangle Land Conservancy here in Durham County, which is land conservation.
Okay.
So, I grew up where if you don't ask, you don't know. If you don't ask, you can't get. So I asked, do you have land that I could have access to so that I can build a community garden? And they said, yes. Okay. Do we have the place for you? And they took me out to this piece of land that at the time was actually called Snow Hill Plantation, or Snow Hill Forest, what they called it, but originally it was Snow Hill Plantation. And I went out there, and I tell you honestly, even though I did not know it was a plantation, former plantation, have you ever been someplace and you felt like this is where you're supposed to be?
Yes.
That's when I walked on this property that had not been touched in over 70 years. I just felt at home. It's just like I just felt this is where I'm supposed to be. It had torn up buildings, grass taller than I am, fallen trees. I often smile and say, my sister said the first time that we walked on this property, and I said, this is perfect. And she asked me if I had bumped my head. I said, no, I haven't bumped my head, but I have a vision. I see where we can go with this. That's how I got the property. I simply asked. It took us a year. It really did. It took us a year of negotiation to have access to this property because at the time we didn't own it. but to have access and to create a user license agreement, which gave us the right to use it. But I often say that, where there's a will, there's a way. And even though in the back of my mind, I may have a plan for, even not just have access, but even to go higher than that, let me be true to what my mission is at this point. And that is for us to have access so that we might give access to others. And that at the time is what we did. Yep.
That is amazing. That just goes to show resilience. I mean, you'll have your roadblocks, but if you keep on pressing on, eventually you'll get to where you want. And it might take some time, but as long as you got that vision, you keep going. Hey, that is a testament. So that is really, really good information. And again, talking about getting access to land in regards to growing your business, where you do you get opportunities to get, since you're a nonprofit, like grants to help with the expansion of your business?
Yes. The key here now, fortunately, I'm a grant writer.
Okay.
I actually taught grant writing in my former life, and put it like that. Even before, when I was a community outreach coordinator with Durham County, I taught grant writing to others for free because people need to know how to do it. So yes, we have been very, very fortunate. It didn't start out that way now, so don't think that my first grant we got. But as we progressed, one grant lead to another. So primarily we are funded by grants and donations. And now we're in the process where we're beginning to sell some of our vegetables. So that's helping us as well. But grants have been the foundation of what kept us going, and the donations from people. Again, it goes back to when people see what you're doing, why you're doing it, you're willing to let them be vested in your mission, your purpose, and your goals. And they see that you don't give up when it looks like you probably should. I'm a stubborn kind of person. Then they tend to invest in you as well. And they tend to lead you to other ways that you can get some financial assistance. Actually, our first financial assistance came from a young person from Burroughs Wellcome back in 2018. And the individual said, I don't have any, you're too young for me to give you a grant because you're not, but I give you an ad hoc donation of $10,000.
Oh, wow.
And they said, take this and make it work for you. As the old folks say, you haven't said nothing but a word. So we use that to help us to get more. And the way that the system tends to work, if one funder sees that another funder has supported you, then that sends a message as well. You're trustworthy. You do what you say you're going to do. And so therefore they're tending to support you as well. Yes.
That is amazing. That is so awesome. That is awesome. So being a grant writer, I'm definitely going to have to holler at you before this is over. Great information. So tell us a little bit about the land you call, if I'm pronouncing it wrong, let me know. Is it Catawba?
Yes, that's correct.
The Trail Farm. And why did you name it that?
Okay. We named it Catawba Trail Farm because the Catawba Native Americans were the first guides to the Europeans as they traveled up the coast from southern coast of the Americas, like South Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, up the coast to Maryland. So what we learned in school was called the Great Native American Trading Path. So even though the indigenous people in our area are called the Occaneechi, the Eno, and others, we decided, as opposed to picking and choosing from those that are local, let's focus on the Native American who were the guides to the Europeans when they first started up the coast. And they were the ones, and they were chosen because they knew more the dialects of the different tribes up this, because the Great Native American Trading Path is exactly that. It was the Great Native American Trading Path that goes all the way up through Maryland. And actually, a part of when you were to turn off the main highway to the farm, the path that you turn on is part of the Great Native American Trading Path.
Wow.
So, and it takes you to what I call an outlook of the Little River, which is one of the other things. We talk of health and wellness. Could you imagine sitting on a bench on a river and you're looking down at the river? It's peaceful. It's pleasant. And it calms you. So, but that's how, I know I digress, but that's how we came up with the name Catawba Trail Farm. Yeah.
There's a lot of history that you're saying, just from like the plantation and the history of the native Indians and everything. So it's a lot of, information that, might not be known to people that's in the outside that community. And so that's something that definitely needs to be shared, and it's definitely a powerful message. That is amazing. And going back to when you first started, like the community, you got access to the land. What were some of the first things you started growing in that particular crop?
Well, the first thing that we started growing were more winter vegetables, because our goal was to plant by spring, but we didn't that first year. But we planted late fall. So traditional collard greens, spinach. We still had a little time to plant some tomatoes, late season, okra. So those are the things we primarily plant those vegetables initially that we knew people were familiar with and that they would eat. Because it's like giving people food. You haven't helped the person. Actually, you've hurt them by giving them food that they will not consume, are not familiar with, or do not know how to prepare. So you start off with those things that they know all about, which are your collard greens, your mustard greens, your beans, all of those things, your okra, that your cucumbers, even we plant in the late season of those. So those things that people are familiar with is what we started off with in order to get them interested and see you can do it. Look at this, you can do it.
Definitely. That's great. And so going back to Catawba Trail, what would you say, in your opinion, is that area that you have is so special to you?
It's special because it is a former plantation.
Okay.
And at this point in time, as of January 11th, 2024, this land that was a former plantation is now owned, managed, and operated by descendants of the enslaved. So to have come full circle, what do I say? I don't even know what is miraculous during this day and time. So that's why this is so important. This is land that our forefathers toiled on, they sweat on, but they could not call it their own. Now it is a place where we can honor them. We can respect the legacy of agriculture that was left to us by them. So it is very, very important for me when we bring youth, we bring groups, that they see somebody who look like me tending this land, and to be able to say now, yes, we own this land. Yes, it would not be developed. Yes, you are safe here. Yes, you belong here, and you are welcome. So it's just full circle. Let me end it like that. To come full circle, we're blessed. So that's why it's so important to me. Yes.
That is good. That's a powerful thing right there. That's a powerful thing. I can see why it's so special to you. All right. So what are some of the specific resources that you can provide to the community, and what currently exists right now?
Okay. Well, we provide educational opportunities. For example, this month, we have a series of classes because we started a program, let's say gardeners as teachers. So you say, what is that? So we're teaching people about herbs and spices, the history of herbs and spices, how to, and if you ever go to the grocery store, there's some of the most pricey items that you can buy. So how do you create your own? How do you have your own? How do you process your own? How do you grow them? How do you dry them? How do you preserve them? So we're teaching those skills. What other do we have? We have chickens, we have bees, we have honey. So we want to get you back to some of these things. They're now affordable to you, but it's that skill set, that community, when you have the old working with the young and helping each other, and we celebrate your squash that grew. It doesn't matter that my tomatoes might not have done anything, but yours grew. So it creates a sense of community where people feel, and feel like they can succeed. But even if they don't succeed, you have enough people cheering you on that we all say, the seasons come every year. So what did we learn from this one? We're going to do some things. But the other part that is little known that we really work with our kids on, is we want you to be a part of and learn how to research not only the history of this land and the history of the enslaved that lived upon it, but we want you to research your own history, because I need for you to know that you belong, And they always say it takes a village. Your village may not be that large, but to be able to look on a wall and be able to see the names of those people who are included in your village, that creates a sense of value and self-worth in our children. And that's part of it too. Let's create some value and self-worth. If anybody ever told you that you can't do, that you're not valued, that you're not worth anything, come to this place, because we're going to show you that you got a lot going for you that you have not realized that it's going for you. And we want to help those things to come, positive things to come forward. So come out here, work with us, be invested, build this, help us build this, and know that it shall forever be available to you. So we teach green bucket gardening, bird watching, yes, conservation. Let's keep our river clean. Let's go and get those golf balls out of there that another community is putting into them. Let's do these things, because you as an individual, regardless of your color, your race, who you love or whatever, you have a tremendously important role to play in reducing or abating climate change, all of those things. So we want you to know how important you are and how important your life is, not just for you, but to your family, to your community, and actually, if I may say so, and I'm serious, to this world. So that's where we are. Yeah.
Well, definitely appreciate you answering all this powerful stuff. It is amazing. Like I said, wish we had you in Oklahoma, but definitely got your contact information. So with that being said, what's the best way that people can reach you?
You can reach me either by email, and that would be dsellers. So that's DSELLARS at UCAN.today. Unusual web email address. Or you can go visit our website, which you can be found at www.ucan.today. Again, we keep using you can, because you can, and you can do it today. Or you can even call me. Now, I will tell you, if you call me, leave me a message, because if there's not a name attached to it, I think it's one of the people who love me, and that includes the spammers. So you can always call me, and that number is 919-599-1533. That's my personal cell, or you can call the office at 919-864-8000.
All right. Well, I definitely do appreciate your time. You definitely encouraged me to keep pushing forward, and inspiration to a lot of people. And I hope we get to see more people like you to get inspired to do the same in their communities as well. And so thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. It has been my honor to share, talking about my favorite subject, and that's urban community agronomics, Catawba Trail Farm in Durham, North Carolina.
Yes, ma'am. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.2centsfinance.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know. A lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class, and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car, and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to began to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces, and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities. The COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
Celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, You can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.